Well, welcome everybody to the Planning Committee this evening. So welcome to councillors, officers and members of the public. I want to make you all aware of the procedures that we will be following at this meeting of the Planning Committee. To ensure all those in the chamber and those joining us remotely and the public viewing at home can hear and understand the proceedings, we will be using microphones and an electronic voting system. Councillors and officers are reminded that should they wish to speak on an item, they should raise their hand to indicate that wish. A list of those wishing to speak will be kept and you will be called in order by myself as chair of this meeting. When you are called to speak, please turn your microphone on, speak and then turn your microphone off once you have finished speaking. If you wish to come back on any points, you are reminded to raise your hand to indicate that this wish and I will call you in at my discretion. When we need to take a vote on an item, we will use the electronic voting system. Councillors should be well versed on this, however, by way of a reminder, the microphone unit will activate and the eligible member must press the appropriate button to make their vote known. Once a vote has been taken, the vote summary will be displayed on the screens for all those in the council chamber and those viewing at home to see. So a housekeeping statement: toilets are on this floor near the lifts where you came in. No fire drill is expected, but please leave by the designated fire door exit in the case of an alarm sounding, and please do not use the lifts. This planning committee meeting is a decision-making meeting of a semi-judicial nature, so please allow committee members to carry out their roles without interference. Members of the public, please, you must remain in the public gallery except those registered to speak, whom I will call forward at the appropriate time. Please, no comments or clapping from the public gallery. Also, members of the public must not communicate or have any discussions with committee members during the meeting and must not attempt to pass them notes or any messages. Committee members, you should alert me to any inappropriate behaviour if you see any, and should I see any inappropriate behaviour, then I will stop the meeting and call for an explanation. This meeting is being live streamed and recorded, so for members of the public to view remotely. So if you do not wish to appear on camera, please leave the meeting now. So officers present this evening, we have Mr. Cole to my left, the head of planning. To my right, we have Jeremy Baker, the principal solicitor, and we also have Danny Shepherd, who will be sitting further to my left, but is currently wandering the room. From Democratic Services. So I'll ask if there are any apologies for absence. Danny.
Yes, Chair, there's apologies this evening from Councillors Blandford, Giles and Shilton. Councillor Hicks is substituting for Councillor Shilton and Councillor Campkin is substituting for Councillor Giles.
Thank you very much for that. So we move on to declarations of interest. Before we go into that item, I'm going to ask Mr. Baker to explain the circumstances surrounding application 6B, just to clarify the declarations of interest around that item. Mr. Baker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Just to remind members that item 6B, one of the joint applicants for the land north of the bungalow at Chollock is Councillor Ovenden, who is obviously the leader of the council and all members know him. It's not necessary to declare simply that you know Councillor Ovenden. We all know Councillor Ovenden, and it's only members who have another connection that they would need to declare if Councillor Ovenden were not the leader of the council. For example, a family connection, a social connection, a business connection, a friendship, you work for his business, or any of those matters that would normally require to be declared, those still need to be declared. But otherwise, don't worry about declaring that you know Councillor Ovenden. Hope that's helpful, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baker. That's very helpful. So I will go around the room from left to right. Councillor Gavin.
I need to declare another significant interest for items 6B and 6E. I will be leaving the room during the discussions on those items.
Thank you, Councillor Gavin.
I'm afraid the member needs to just give an
Oh,
indication
yes, sorry,
of what the
we will
interest
need,
is.
sorry, we'll need an indication of what those interests are, Councillor Gavin, if that's...
For 6B, Councillor Ovenden is a family friend and godfather to one of my children. And for 6E, Roger Baffo is a friend of mine.
Thank you for that clarification. That's great. Thank you. Councillor Hayes.
6D voluntary because I'm a member of the Central Ashford Community Forum and they don't take part in discussions about planning.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayes. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to agenda items 6A Swanton House and 6F International House, as portfolio holder for both of those properties, I will not be debating or voting on these applications. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Betty. Any further declarations of interest from members of the committee? I'm not seeing any other declarations. Sorry,
Councillor Meaden's indicated. Yes, you do, as you're in the room.
Councillor Meaden, yes, please, you do, yes. If you could switch the microphone on, thank you.
Can you hear? Yes. Okay. For 10 years, I was a colleague of one of the directors of the Anthony Swain Architecture, which comes up under the item that I'm dealing with, Merton House. And I haven't spoken to him now, though, for about 8 years, and I haven't had any communications with him over that matter either.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Meaden. I think that's clear. Thank you. Any other declarations of interest from anybody? No, I'm not seeing any other declarations of interest. On that basis, I will invite Mr. Shepherd to explain the arrangement for the public participation elements of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, at this meeting, registered public speakers have been invited either to address the committee in person or to have their speech read out by a designated council officer who's not from the planning department. On this occasion, we have 3 registered speakers. 2 are present and will be reading their speeches in person, and 1 has been submitted by a speaker who's on holiday, and that will be read out by myself at the time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shepherd. So we now come to the minutes of the meeting of the 22nd of July 2026. Now we do have a couple of amendments which members will hopefully have seen, having read the update report for the committee. I will briefly go to Mr. Baker just to summarise that. But effectively, you have the alterations there in front of you in the update report. But if I go briefly to Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. This is just to ensure that the minutes are fully reflective of what was decided at the last meeting. It was specifically moved and seconded that a further informative note to applicant would be added to the last resolution that we made. Admittedly, it was at 11 o'clock on the previous evening. So that's to add item 6 and also to clarify the wording regarding the biodiversity net gain habitat management requirements in the section 106. So the 2 items are set out on the update report on page 1, and therefore I believe, Chairman, you'll be moving a motion to approve the minutes subject to the 2 corrections listed in the update report, and we will need a seconder for that from the committee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baker. So indeed, I will be moving a motion. So the motion is to approve the minutes of the meeting of this committee held on the 22nd of July 2026, subject to the 2 corrections listed in the update report. So if I could have somebody to propose, Councillor Harman proposing, Councillor McGeever to second. And if I can have a show of hands, please, all those members approving those minutes with that amendment or those amendments made. Just could keep your hands up, right? Thank you.
12 votes in favour.
12 votes in favour. Any votes against from the committee?
No.
Any abstentions? 1 abstention.
Councillor Hicks
Councillor
wasn't
Hicks.
here last time.
Thank you very
That's
much.
approved. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's approved, members of the committee. So we will be moving on briefly to talk about, well, first we'll go to requests for deferral, withdrawal of reports. Mr. Cole, any withdrawal or deferrals?
Chair, no request for deferrals or withdrawals of reports this evening.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. And I will be coming to Mr. Cole again straight away because we have an updated national planning and policy framework, which is significant for this committee, and it is detailed in the update report, which I'm hoping that members of the committee will have read and absorbed. But we also have Mr. Cole, who will give us a summary, a high-level summary of the impacts of that on the applications we have before us tonight. But the details are given to you in your update report. But nevertheless, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I just wanted to update and summarise for members, particularly for the applications on this evening's agenda, the implications for from the NPPF update. So members may well be aware that the new version of the NPPF was finally published late on Monday afternoon this week, alongside the long-awaited housing delivery test results for 2024 and 2025. Importantly, both documents have taken immediate effect, and therefore for decision making tonight are relevant and material planning considerations. Officers have sought to reflect the effects of these documents in the published update report, as the Chair indicated, and obviously that accompanies this evening's agenda, but hopefully to save the committee's time and to save officers needing to repeat matters that are in the update report when they do their presentations, a couple of key themes I will just draw to members' attention arising from the NPPF and the housing delivery test. The housing delivery test results have affected the council's housing land supply position by reducing it to 3.16 years from I think the previously published figure of 3.62. That obviously therefore further reinforces the tilted balance which you'll have heard myself and my colleagues refer to in the course of discussions in previous planning committees in favour of residential development. The NPPF, of course, introduces for the first time formally now national development management policies. Those policies now clearly apply, but for the purposes of this evening's agenda, those policies, in officers' views, reinforces the officer assessment of the applications before you this evening. And raise no substantive additional issues which members would need to take into account on these particular applications. And therefore, for all cases on this evening's agenda, officers' recommendations whether to permit or to refuse remains unchanged from the published agenda. The implications, Chair, just more widely, the implications of the new NPPF will of course need to be fully digested and reports to future planning committee meetings will set out clearly the effects and weight to be given to the policies in the new NPPF in reaching our recommendations on those applications. But that's for another day, and for this evening's agenda, we do not consider there to be significant changes as a result of those documents being published.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole. And I would like to say thank you to yourself and planning officers for incorporating at fairly short notice the implications of those changes to our applications this evening. So thank you very much for that. So that brings us to our first application this evening, which is 6A, location of Swanton House and Kent Care House, Elwick Road. So I believe we have Mr. Davies with us this evening to give a presentation.
It's just come up. I get again. I'm not quite sure when it's.
There we go. It's up. Yeah, it's up behind you, Danny.
Then you just want to do it as a slideshow.
There you go.
Right. Right, thank you, Chairman. This is the site of the former Swanton House located off Elwick Road within the Ashford Town Centre, and the application is submitted under Section 73 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 for minor material amendments to an existing planning permission, reference 20711 AS, that was granted on the 5th of March 2026 for the demolition of the existing building, erection of 2 buildings comprising of 34 apartments with associated access, parking and landscaping. Now, the application is for minor material amendments to the approved scheme to allow for changes to site levels, floor levels, building heights, footprints, ground floor layouts and fenestration. So the first slide is just the location plan, which actually shows the 2 flatted blocks. To the east of the site is Ashford College. To the west is a 2-storey building known as Sunnyside, which is in commercial use as a dentist. Sunnyside turns the corner into Church Road, which rises in a northerly direction with a further 3 properties, 2 of which are in commercial uses and 1 of which, Conyers, is vacant. To the north of the site, you'll see these Memorial Gardens, and access to the site is to the rear via Church Road. The site also falls within the Ashford Town Centre Conservation Area. So the second slide, like I said, this is minor material amendments to allow for changes to site levels, floor levels and building heights. And this slide shows a comparison plan which shows the proposed scheme with the approved scheme outlined in red. So the changes to the to the finished floor levels are approximately an increase by 95 centimetres. The ridge increased by approximately 30 centimetres. The central flat roof increased by approximately 33 centimetres. And the parapet facing Sunnyside Dental is actually reduced by 58 centimetres to help offset the overall height increase. Now, the cumulative effect of all of these changes is an overall height increase from the previous approved scheme of 1.25 metres. And that is block 1, which is the front block facing Elwick Road. The second slide shows block 2, located to the rear of the site. And again, this is a comparison plan showing the proposed scheme with the approved scheme outlined in red. And for the changes here is that the first floor, the finished floor levels have increased by approximately 15 centimetres. The ridge has increased by approximately 15 centimetres and the parapet increased by approximately 25 centimetres. The cumulative effect is an overall height increase of block 2 by 30 centimetres or 0.3 metres. Slide 3 is showing the footprints and setting out. Again, it's a further comparison plan showing the proposed floor plans with the previous consented floor plan outlined in red. There's not much of a difference, but you'll see the 2 there. The footprints of both blocks have been slightly reduced in width following receipt of a more accurate topographical survey. Both blocks have also been rotated slightly to better align with the true site boundaries that have been identified through the updated survey information. This has actually increased separation distances slightly to the site boundaries and improved the relationship with the neighbouring Sunnyside Dental practice. The ground floor layouts of both blocks have also been revised to meet current building regulations, specifically in relation to access, fire safety and servicing requirements. Right, as a result of the revised building levels and required to respond to the site's varying topography, a stepped entrance to the front block 1 from Outlook Road has also been introduced, as you can see there. However, level access is still maintained via the rear entrance from the parking court. There's also some minor fenestration changes, removed window panels are proposed on the southwest elevation of block 1 on the frontage. In addition, spandrel panels to the lower portion of the windows are to be introduced at block 1 as well. These amendments arise from the project's overheating assessment and are necessary to achieve compliance with building regulations. Certain windows have also been updated to double glazed units. And this is the final 2 plans here are just showing the proposed scheme for block 1 against the approved scheme for block 1, showing all the 4 elevations, and the same for block 2, showing all the 4 elevations of the proposed scheme on the left and the approved scheme currently up to discussion on the right. Sorry, the opposite. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Davies. I believe we have no public speakers on this one tonight, Mr Shepherd. No. And ward members, Councillors Gowder and Councillor Charles Sudders, I don't believe are with us this evening either, so we don't have either of the ward members. So on that basis, I will open up to the committee. Councillor Chilton, I will call you first. Councillor Chilton. Councillor Chilton.
I'm trying to make this bloody thing. Sorry, it's working. There we are. Thank you, Danny. I think these are very minor amendments to an application we approved some time ago. They're just simply to update the application as I can see it. So I see no real controversy. So I'm very happy to propose that we permit this development.
Thank you, Councillor Chilton. I will record you as having proposed to approve the motion in line with the recommendation. Councillor Hicks next.
Thank you, Chair. Two points. I was looking at the way they've changed the rubbish bins, and I think it's quite interesting that they're a bit concerned about the large vehicles reversing in, and they're going along this lane at the back. And it also says somewhere else that that lane is used by pedestrians who go to the school. So I'm wondering, is there a right of way that they can go, or are children going to school actually at risk? So that was the first one. And the second one is only a minor thing, but on page 70 of the under the section 106, you're going to put some money towards Kings North Recreation Centre, and I believe the council has actually sold that. So in that case, perhaps the money could be put towards the entrance park in front of the recreation centre. Thank you. Oh, by the way, I'm quite happy to second it. I think it's a very good scheme.
Thank you, Councillor Hicks. So I've noted then that you've seconded that, but I shall ask again Mr Davies to respond to your points, or either Mr Davies or Mr Mills, depending on who's coming on those two.
Yeah, I think I got the first point about the rubbish collection, which
Yes.
which I think has been revised, and that is to the rear via Church to Church Road on that. So that has been obviously assessed, and I think has been agreed as a satisfactory method of collecting the rubbish on that. Yeah, I didn't quite get that second.
So the second one was a question around the section 106, I think on page 70, and allocation to Kings North. That's correct, isn't it? I believe, which Councillor Hicks is saying is not possible.
If I could just comment very quickly, the section 106 in relation to the development is already completed under the previous planning permission and is applicable to this particular development. And the development is subject of deferred contributions that Councillor Hicks might remember when it first came to planning committee a number of years ago, and that remains the case. So only if there are deferred contributions would any section 106 monies be realised from the project, and as at that time officers would make an assessment as to how best to use said funds. So I think the reality is that the likelihood of development contributions from this project is remote, but we can have a look at that. It may well be that there is a typo in the report relating to spend at Kings North, and that may well have passed. But again, if there were Section 106 funds that were available at the time, we would seek to apportion those and use them as best we can to mitigate the impacts of the development.
Right. Thank you very much for that answer, Mr. Mills. I'll come back to Councillor Hicks. Does that answer both your questions? It does. Thank you. Councillor Gavin.
I was just going to second Councillor Chiltern's motion, which I've been beaten to.
Your thunder has been stolen. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Gavin. Councillor Mulholland, I think, was next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to say 5 years ago I was on this committee when it first came up for consideration. It seems quite a long time ago, but obviously a lot of work's gone into the application. It's very robust, and I know it's already seconded, but I would have done so had it not been. So happy with the application.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Mulholland. Are there any other members of the committee wishing to speak on this application? No, I'm not seeing any other members wishing to speak. So on that basis, we have one motion to approve, and I will go to Mr. Baker to summarise our position and talk about the procedure for voting. Mr. Baker.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The motion to approve this proposal is set out on pages 30 to 32. There have been no amendments to that, either in the update report or in the debate. As Mr. Mills just said, there is no detailed list of terms for a Section 106 agreement included, because the Section 106 agreement has already been signed in March, and the terms of that will carry forward to this application if it is approved tonight. So there is a note to applicant regarding the existing Section 106 on page 31, and there is no detailed Table 1 necessary. On that basis, the recommendation to permit may now be voted upon, which has been moved and seconded. Members who are in favour of planning permission being granted as set out, please vote plus. Members who do not wish planning permission to be granted, please vote minus on your screen or abstain by pressing X as appropriate. Thank you.
Please bear with us while Mr. Shepherd solves a technical.
I need to take Councillor Bullen's just verbally because I've been adding, but not in the middle of a vote. So Councillor Bullen is in favour.
Right. I think in these circumstances we actually need to. We're
still short.
We're still short of members.
Okay.
So we're in these circumstances. I think we've agreed previously that we need to have a show of hands and have names of councillors. Don't we? Is that correct, Mr. Baker?
With only 12 votes appearing on the system, Chairman, there are 14 members in the room, so the system is not.
We've got 12 people have voted, and Councillor Pullen's the only one that's not recorded. It's 13. We have 13 voting members.
I think 13 in total.
12 in total here, yes.
We're one short, which is Councillor Pullen, who is not able to vote through electronically.
But he is in favour.
Well, would you ask Councillor Pullen to declare his vote orally then?
Can I ask you to declare it orally?
I'm in favour.
You are in favour, Councillor Pullen. So that's 12 votes in favour of this application being passed, 1 abstention. So on that basis, the application has been approved. Thank you very much, members of the committee, and any members of the public might be attending for this particular application. On that basis, then we will move to the second application. So I will give time for officers to change over. Well, thank you very much. While we swapped over planning officers, we have Ms. Catchy, who's going to give a presentation on location land north of the bungalow, Green Lane, submitted as Green Stables, Green Lane, Chollock, Ashford. Ms. Catchy, thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members. This application seeks planning permission for the change of use of land for the erection of 1.5-storey self-built detached dwelling, together with a detached car barn and associated infrastructure. So this is the site location plan. The application site is edged in red. The blue line indicates the extent of land owned by the applicant. So this light shows the immediate context. So the application site abuts Green Lane, which is a single track rural lane. This part of Green Lane is dominated by detached and semi-detached dwelling houses. In terms of the site itself, there is an existing stable block, the L-shaped stable block that members can see here, and the blue shaded area is the storage building that was approved in 2024. This building has not been fully constructed. The works have commenced on site. In terms of the orange shaded area, which is opposite the application site, these are the two detached dwellings that were approved in 2023, albeit these permissions were renewal of the previous permissions that were granted prior to the adoption of the local plan. So this slide shows the wider context within which the site is located. The red dot indicates the location of the application site. To the west is open farmland, and to the east, as you can see, these are blocks of ancient woodland. Also, if I could highlight, Green Lane sort of forms like a loop with Canterbury Road, and most of the services and facilities are to the east. This is the 3D view of the site and its immediate surroundings. The application site, again highlighted in red, and as you can see, there are some existing detached and semi-detached dwelling houses and a stable block in the vicinity of the site. Moving on to the site photographs. This is the view of the site entrance from Green Lane, and this is the view from within the application site near the entrance looking onto Green Lane. This is the photo of the existing stable block within the site. And this is where the agricultural storage, equine storage building is being constructed. This is the view from within the application site looking towards south. So this is the neighbouring property, the bungalow. As you can see on the key map, this blue arrow shows where this photograph has been taken from. And this is the stable block here, the L-shaped stable block for context. And this is another view of the site, slightly further away, from the previous viewpoint. Again, looking towards the same direction. I would also highlight there's a substantial screening, hedging, and trees along this application boundary that abuts Green Lane, i.e. the site is relatively well screened and well contained. This is the wider panoramic view of the wider site. Again, this is the application site here. This is the stable block, and the construction, as I mentioned, is ongoing for the agricultural storage building. This is the view looking towards north, as shown on the key map. This is the view of the wider holding. Moving on to the proposed development. The proposal involves a single dwelling. It has an L-shaped footprint. The front elevation of the dwelling faces south. The proposal also involves substantial new hedging and a few trees within the site. This is the car barn that is associated with the new dwelling. It would accommodate 2 parking spaces and cycle storage as well as bin storage. It also has 1 visitor parking space. This is the proposed ground floor plan. It has open plan living, kitchen, dining area, utility and boot room. It has a sitting room and an accessible bedroom and bathroom on the ground floor. This is the first floor plan, which would accommodate 2 ensuite bedrooms. These are the elevations for the proposed dwellings. It is a chalet style dwelling, which has a gabled front projection and a pitched roof above the porch extension. And these are the floor. This is the floor plan and the elevations for the car barn. So it has a hip roof with a cat slide to the south elevation. In terms of the overall planning balance, I have concluded that the site is not in the most sustainable location, having regard to its distance from local services and facilities. Although Green Lane provides a potential cycling route and forms a loop with Canterbury Road. Against this conflict, the proposal is considered acceptable in terms of its design, landscape impact, ecology, trees, highway safety, and all other material considerations. I've also given some weight to the fact that part of the application site comprises previously developed land. In addition, as the applicant already travels to the site to care for the horses kept there, living on the site would reduce those existing journeys. Taken together, I consider that these factors outweigh the identified locational harm, which is limited. The application is therefore recommended for approval. I also have a brief update for the members. I will not repeat the detailed information contained in the update report, and also given that Mr. Cole has provided a comprehensive overview of the revised framework. For completeness and insofar as it relates to this application, the Council's land supply has been updated to 3.16 years. The revised NPPF replaces the former tilted balance with policies S3 to S5. Officers consider that the proposal satisfies policy S5 because it would contribute towards the identified housing shortfall, is physically well related to Challock, and is of a scale that can be accommodated. The relevant local plan policies continue to carry significant weight. The revised NPPF does not alter the substantive assessment, and the officer recommendation to grant planning permission remains unchanged.
Thank you very much, Ms. Catchy. I understand there's no public speakers this evening, that's correct, Mr. Shepherd. And the ward member, Councillor Kraus, is not with us either. So on that basis, I will open the discussions to the committee. So when members of the committee wishing to speak, Councillor McGeever, Councillor Roden, Councillor Chilton. Thank you. Right, and Councillor Harmon. Councillor McGeever, if I could call you first.
Thank you, Chair. I looked at the application and I could see that there was quality in the build. The location is isolated. The only thing that really caught my attention was the isolation, the Green Lane, and the fact that it didn't seem to meet that SP1 criteria. But given this location and given the idea that there are houses locally as well who have the same restrictions as this proposed build, and the officers' support and statement that in their assessment it's suitable, I'm quite happy to actually propose that we accept this, because it does show high quality, and the only thing for me that was on it was SP1, and I think the officer's report has waylaid that doubt that I've got in my mind. So thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor McGeever. So I have noted that you are proposing to approve in line with the recommendations from officers. Councillor Roden.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is really just an issue that I want to raise to the committee as a general comment more than anything. A note in the application, it says one additional dwelling would not place any significant pressure upon local services or infrastructure. And although I agree with that at one level, each building, each windfall development that we approve actually adds to that pressure, and cumulatively it could essentially cause a problem in the future. So although I think there are many good things around this, and I'm actually going to agree to it, I do want to make sure that it doesn't set a precedent for all windfall developments in the future, that we go back to the new NPPF to say, because of the numbers in the housing plan that we're tied into, we've almost got to accept it. And I feel a little bit under pressure there. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Well, Councillor Roden, I don't feel under pressure, because the information around that is very clear. The tilted balance has changed slightly, but it is still part of the material considerations, and as a committee, I would expect us to weigh all of those together. So, but thank you very much for your contribution. Councillor Chilton.
Thank you, Dickon. I second the motion to permit.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chilton. I've noted that you're seconding the motion to approve in line with the recommendations of the officers. Councillor Harman.
I think we've already had the motion approved and seconded. However, I just wanted to say that I thank the officer for a very considered report. And also to say, in answer to the comment that's just been made about feeling pressured to accept windfall based on the reduced 5-year land supply and the NPPF. This is a development that's been very sensitively designed to sit into the landscape in a rural environment that it actually complements, and I can imagine when it's built, it will feel as though it's been there forever. So I very much support the application for all the reasons outlined in the officer's report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Harman. Any further members of the committee wishing to speak? No, I'm not seeing anybody else wanting to speak. So on that basis, we do have one motion to approve, which I will hand over to Mr. Baker to summarise the position. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. The motion to approve is to permit, as recommended on pages 197 and 198. So members who wish planning permission to be granted on those terms when the vote opens, please press plus. Members who do not wish planning permission to be granted, please press minus, or abstain by pressing X. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. We do have all 12 votes of the... Councillor Gavin has left the room because of declarations earlier. So 12 votes is it, and all 12 votes are voted in favour of approving that motion. So the application has been permitted. Thank you very much to members of the committee for that. We now move on to our third application, which is Merton House, Hambrook Lane, Chilham, and so we have. Oh, it's Miss Catchy again. Right. Thank you very much, Miss Catchy.
Thank you, Chairman. This application is for the first floor side and rear extension, together with single-story rear extensions to include alterations to the front elevation and entrance gate, as well as alterations to the outbuilding and its elevations. So this is the site location plan. The application site is edged in red. Some of the elements of the proposal have been hatched on this location plan, which includes some works to the outbuilding, the first floor extension, single story extension, and another first floor side extension. I will explain that in a little more detail in my other slides in the presentation. Overall, this shows the relationship with the neighbouring properties to the west and southwest. This is the elevated view of the dwelling house. So it has a combination of shallow pitched roofs at various levels. The shallow pitched roofs have been finished in zinc, and it does not have a very coherent composition as it stands. And this is the rear extension at the back, which currently houses a swimming pool. This is the view of the front elevation of the house, as is apparent from Hambrook Lane. As members can see, it is largely screened by existing trees and hedges. This is the rear elevation of the dwelling house. So that photograph is from 1970s. This was included in the with the planning application. So this used to be an outdoor swimming pool, which was subsequently enclosed by this substantial extension with a curved roof on top. This is the close-up of the existing extension, and there's an outbuilding, or it's a greenhouse really. Which looks like this. So some works have also been proposed to that structure. This is the view of the garden and the existing structures from the first floor balcony. This is the view from the neighbour's first floor from Hambrook Cottage, as you can see on the key map, which shows what the relationship looks like. The reason for highlighting that existing extension is because the proposal does involve a substantial first floor extension above the existing extension. These are the ground floor plans, so existing ground floor plan, just for ease of understanding. So on the ground floor, some minor amendments are being made where they've got a small enclosed space for gym, garden room. There's a single-story rear extension, some alterations to the front elevation of the dwelling house has been circled, highlighted in red. And the substantial extensions are on the first floor, this extension being above the existing swimming pool extension. As you can see, it is a substantial extension, and then you've got the first floor side extension. This is the front elevation. Some amendments, some alterations proposed to this elevation with a first floor side extension, and then the existing garage is being blocked or infilled with 2 windows. Some changes to the existing vents and fenestration. This is the rear elevation. Again, to put this into context, I've also put the pictures here. So this is the extension, flat roof first floor extension above the swimming pool here. There's a minor extension here, which they've labelled as a glazed wall, and then you've got a glazed balcony and a single story rear extension and a first floor side extension over there. So if I could refer to the key map, this is the elevation that you can see here. So this is the elevation that faces these neighbouring properties, Rose Cottage and Hambrook Cottage. So this kind of shows how extensive that extension is. and this is the alterations to the outbuilding. As previously mentioned, that outbuilding is being refurbished, so it has a pitched roof at the moment. The proposal is to have a flat roofed outbuilding. In conclusion, in terms of the assessment, the principal concern is the first floor extension above the existing swimming pool. The existing dwelling has an irregular architectural composition and has been altered over time. The removal of the existing curved roof enclosure presents an opportunity to improve this part of the building. Rather than creating a more coherent design, the proposed first floor extension above the swimming pool would add substantial bulk, appear dominant and visually heavy, further detracting from the dwelling's overall appearance. The application is therefore recommended for refusal on design grounds. I also have a minor brief update. Again, I will not repeat the detailed information contained in the update report, which makes reference to the relevant policies from the revised MPPF. In conclusion, the revised framework does not alter the substantive assessment, and the officer recommendation remains refusal for the reason set out in the update report. Although there is one minor correction to the reason for refusal in the officer report. The final sentence in the reason for refusal includes reference to paragraphs 135 and 139 of the MPPF 2024, which should be replaced with policy DP3 of the MPPF 2026. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Catchy. So we have this evening one public speaker, Mr. Bracey, applicant in support. So I could ask Mr. Bracey to come forward to the microphone. Mr. Bracey, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, can I just check you can hear me? Yes, you can hear me. Okay. Good evening, Chairman and committee members. Merton House is an unlisted mid-20th century modernist home, designed and built by a local architect and set within a generous plot. We love the house, but sadly it's been allowed to deteriorate over the last 25 years. I think that came across in some of those images. My wife and I bought Merton House to provide a long-term home for our family, including making it capable of accommodating our needs as we get older, with the potential for wheelchair access, carers, and if necessary, a lift. But there is also an important family requirement. Our adult daughter, Madeline, is 28 and studying for a PhD in history. She's registered partially sighted, and her visual impairment means that she requires more space than might normally be expected to move around and live safely and independently. The proposed annex is therefore not simply a desire for additional accommodation. Its size is driven by a genuine functional requirement to provide Madeline with an independent living environment that works for her now and continue to work if her needs change in the future. The other important consideration is the condition of the existing swimming pool roof structure. This was added in the 1980s and is, in our view, entirely at odds with the architecture of the original house. It's also in very poor condition, leaks, and is thermally very efficient. In short, it needs to be replaced regardless. Our architect has therefore developed a solution which uses the opportunity to replace this failing roof structure and incorporate the required annex within it. We believe this is a much more appropriate solution than simply adding another structure elsewhere on the site. Importantly, the proposal increases the overall height by only around 0.5 metre. It's not a large new addition to the house. It replaces an inappropriate existing structure that uses the opportunity to create accommodation that's genuinely required, while retaining and reinforcing the architectural character of Merton House. We appreciate that there are objections to the application, and we've carefully considered the concerns that have been raised. However, we fundamentally disagree with the conclusion in the officer's report that the proposed design is unattractive and out of keeping with the original house. In fact, we believe the opposite is true. The existing pool roof is the element that is least sympathetic to the house. The proposed replacement follows the rectilinear form and architectural
30
language of the
seconds
original
remaining.
mid-century modernist design, including its materials, while significantly improving the building's functionality, performance and usability. We are not seeking to overdevelop Merton House. We're trying to restore and improve an important local property, make it fit for the future, sustainably responsible, and provide accommodation that meets a genuine family need. We hope the committee will recognise that and support the application.
Thank you very much. 3 minutes on the nose, actually. Thank you very much.
Try my best. Thank you.
So we now have the ward member, Councillor Meaden. So, Councillor Meaden, if you'd like to speak on this
Thank you.
application.
Because I'm reading my notes, could you excuse if I repeat one or two things this gentleman said, because it's difficult to juggle around with the wordage. It's important to note that Hambrick Lane has some dozen residential properties plus other buildings. The ages of the housing and their architectural style and quality vary enormously, which makes decisions as to what represents a local ambiance or milieu rather difficult to judge. So to appraise whether an individual dwelling here sits comfortably with its neighbours can be largely a matter of personal opinion. Looking at the present proposal, in my opinion, this application would certainly allow for a qualitative and exceptional building to be added to what is an already desirable area. While Merton House was completely unfurnished, I was able to look around both the interior and exterior of this large home. It was clear that, while the house had a good number of positive aspects and lots of future potential, the building in its present state could perhaps be described as shambolic. Thus, although there was a large range of features that could be easily appreciated, some of these features incline towards a quirky mixture relating to space, dimensions, adjacency, decoration, etc. A prime example of this is the plastic pool cover, which can best be described as a huge, crumbling eyesore, one that can no longer serve the intended purpose of allowing additional space heating and in winter, or for making adjustments to suit summer conditions. It's clear from both the published comments attached to the original application and from the recommendations in this committee agenda, most of the objections are either minimal importance, or they could easily be remedied via the use of planning conditions. I would also contend that some of the public comments are exaggerations of the true situation, and the facts associated with this have been more than adequately addressed in the long letter from the Anthony Swain Architecture Limited, pointing out the discrepancies in much of the objector's material. What you have before you are plans to best achieve a modernisation and building functionality, while having respect to the owner's needs and while giving attention to the local landscape, and with the site being in a conservation area. The plans are also sensitive to the needs of off-street parking, i.e. given that the hotel opposite has limited parking provision. Additionally, the plans seek to complete numerous minor construction upgrades, all aimed at adding longevity to the building and to making aesthetic improvements. But a major objective of the planned extension is to provide a well-managed, integrated, suitable facilities for the owner's disabled daughter, who needs to remain with her parents, yet have a degree of self-sufficiency and thus independence. A size consideration for the extension is that partially sighted persons need additional space. The plans here also include the convenience of a lift, giving easy access to the extension. This proposed extension would also comprehend enhanced insulation needs for the pool area below the accommodation. Turning to the grounds for refusal. The objectors' concerns are centred mainly around the size, visibility and bulk of the extension, and in the final recommendation to refuse, the planning officer states The proposed flat roof first floor extension above the swimming pool, by reason of its overall scale, bulk, long horizontal form and design, would result in a dominant and visually heavy addition, which would fail to appear subordinate to or integrate satisfactory with the host dwelling. However, in complete contrast to these observations, can I briefly paraphrase 4 paragraphs from the same officer's report? Paragraph 36 says, this is a paraphrase, although the first floor extension marginally increases the height and bulk, this does not amount to an unacceptable harm to residential amenity. The proposed plantings would provide a degree of screening. Paragraph 37. The bulk of the proposed extension would not result in an unacceptable loss of daylight and sunlight to any of the neighbours. Paragraph 38 mentions that all windows facing the site boundaries would be obscure glazed and thus would not enable overlooking of neighbouring properties. Paragraph 39. While the proposal might be visually unattractive, in this case, visibility would not result in a materially harmful effect upon neighbouring living conditions. I, that is the officer, am satisfied that the proposal would therefore comply with policy HOU 8 and the local plan paragraph 135. I would respectfully argue that these last 4 paragraphs, as I've stressed, alone suggest that concerns about the dominant visibility aspect of this development cannot be put forward as reasonable grounds for refusing this application, i.e. given in the conclusion to the officer's report. To demonstrate this, I would draw members' attention to figure 4 of the officer's report, or page 204 of the current agenda. I'm not sure whether those could be put on screen. It would be useful if they could, but otherwise it would be helpful if members could find those. I'll just say that's report page 2 of your present agenda, or figure 4 of the officer's report. Here we can see plans showing the building's proposed elevations. You can also see clearly here that the extension shows architectural sympathy with the existing building, and together with many other detailed refinements, we have a fine, modern, attractive, very well proportioned home. In fact, a desirable addition to the Chilham village landscape. From the southwest elevation, you can also observe that the proposed extension is only fractionally higher than the existing plastic cover, which is shown in the faint dashed line. The grey effects on the glazing is simply indicative of the modern aluminium panels and which surround the windows and the sliding doors. And a look at these premises on Google Earth would show that the building is presently enmeshed with vast quantities of vegetation. And there is still space to add further screening if visibility remained a problem. So, in summary, I completely fail to see that this building proposal is unacceptable. And given that paragraph S41 of the current local plan specially identifies Chilham as one of 2 sites in the whole borough for an exclusive residential development, and since this policy S41 has never been activated, then the current proposal will be worthy and just reward for the local scene. Given the lack of material harm, the removal of an unsightly extension and the strong local backing, I respectfully ask that you approve this application. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meaden. So I now open the discussion to the committee. We've got Councillor Pullen, Councillor Campkin. So I'll call Councillor Pullen first and then Councillor Campkin next. So Councillor Pullen first.
Thank you. Would it be possible to see on screen again the photograph from the neighbouring cottage window? I can see from everything that's said, it makes a lot of sense. Removing the ill-functioning swimming pool cover, etc., doesn't fit, leaky, etc. But that doesn't necessarily mean, in my view, that this is the best option to replace it with. So that's what I'm thinking about, really, I suppose. Everything else seems sensible, but it's for me the height of that, and as has been said in the report, the rectangular shape of the roof would be a big difference. So yes, thank you. That's what I wanted to see.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Councillor Campkin.
Yeah, I think the case for refusal seems weak at best, but in light of the adaptations and the need for those adaptations, I think this is a special case. I would like to propose approval of this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Campkin. So I'm noting that you are proposing to approve the motion to approve. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I was quite intrigued actually by the black and white photograph that was put up as part of the presentation, because I'd actually gone into the original application and found them myself. And just say that I found the black and white photographs that were included with the application documents showing the house in the mid-1960s, shortly after it was built. And again, the photograph that came up there, which I think was taken in about the 1970s when the open air pool was built. You know, actually sort of, I think was actually very, very sort of interesting to put everything into perspective, particularly the original design. I appreciate there are different opinions on mid-century architecture, but I think the original black and white photographs that I saw on the as part of the original application, the one that we saw up there earlier on, shows a well-proportioned house that was an original house. And I think the curving design of the open-air swimming pool sort of added further architectural interest at that time. And I agree. I mean, I think the roof that was subsequently placed over the pool in the 1980s or 1990s is something of a carbuncle. I think is pretty much apparent on the photographs. And looking at the Google Earth images, it certainly sticks out. Having said that, and coming back, I think with Councillor Pullen's comment as well, you know, if you've got something there that doesn't look particularly attractive at the moment, I think replacing it with a substantial first floor extension does seem excessive, and to my mind does seem to be contrary to condition C of policy HOU8 in terms of bulk, as I don't think, you know, it is. And again, looking at the photograph from the neighbouring house as well, I mean, I still don't think it's suitable in size, scale and materials to the existing dwelling. And I must admit, looking at the design, I think it does seem to be sort of somewhat utilitarian, may I say, rather than domestic. So I don't have a problem with the other related smaller extensions, but I believe the first floor extension over the pool does appear to be excessive. And I sort of can see, I tend to agree with the officer's recommendation to refuse, and I'm very happy to support the officer's recommendation to refuse for those reasons. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Betty. So I'm noting that you are proposing to refuse in line with the officer's recommendations. Councillor McGeever.
Thank you, Chair. I listened to the arguments that regards the architecture. My first take on this, reading through the report, was that it did look like it was eclectic through historic sort of means. I do agree with Councillor Betty. I'm no architect, but I can see that views from the neighbours' windows plus something on top would offer a bulk disruption. We're in an area of outstanding natural beauty, an AOB, and I just feel as though the neighbours are just going to have that taken away from them. They're just getting used to looking at something that really I wouldn't want to look at, but they've been looking through, through that in years. So having a plan that increases their you know, they're taking that away. This plan is taking all of that away from the neighbours as well. I don't think it's in sympathy with the area. It might be in sympathy with the owner's needs. I do recognise that. But if we're here to look at a planning application on its merits, its build merits, and its contribution to the environment and where we are, I would definitely agree with the officers and say that it's just size, visibility, and bulk are important issues, and in consequence, I would second Councillor Betty's proposal to refuse. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGeever. So I'm noting that you are seconding the motion to refuse in line with the officer's recommendation. Councillor Gavin.
I just wanted to clarify the height of the extension over the swimming pool. Excuse me, from what the officer was saying, it seemed that was actually going, although it's going to be a first floor extension as well, it will actually be minimal height added to the existing structure. Is that correct?
Miss Catchy, yeah, if you can display the image as well. Thank you.
So that's the side elevation, southwest elevation facing the neighbours. As you can see, the dashed lines that indicates where the existing curved roof of the existing extension is. But I think it's not just about the increase in height. So
Miss
height.
Catchy, sorry, can I ask you to show the one that shows the curved side
Okay.
as well?
Yes,
Because I think that's
absolutely.
important,
Yes.
because obviously the maximum height will be at the sort of centre of that curve for the existing
Yes.
structure, and then obviously the
That
new
would-
structure extends further to the sides and has a height across the whole width. So yeah, thank you.
Okay. So that would be the elevation.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I think it's. Oh yes, it is. That is the one. Yes. Thank you.
That's the rear elevation.
Do your cursor.
Oh yes, of course. Yeah. So yes, that's the rear elevation, and as you can see, those dashed lines indicate the existing curved roof. Now again, it's the increase in height or height alone is not just a factor that you would consider when assessing subordination. So there are multiple other factors. So you are looking at this solid walling and substantial extent of horizontal solid walling that would be created as part of this proposed development. So it's the overall scale, width, volume, footprint. It's the number of those factors, proportions, and the architectural relationship with the existing dwelling. So you can't consider the limited increase in height in isolation.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gavin.
Thank you for the
help?
clarification. Yeah, no, that does really help. I think on reflection, I do accept what the officer says, and I'm not disagreeing with it. But I think on balance, I'd like to second Councillor Campkin's motion to approve the application.
Thank you, Councillor Gavin. So I'm noting that you are seconding to approve the application. Thank you. Are the members wishing to speak at the moment? Councillor Mulholland.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, I can see both sides of the argument. From a human point of view, you naturally inclined to aim towards the applicant. But from a strict planning point of view, you tend to side with the officer, quite correctly. So I did wonder whether the plan itself could be looked at with a view to modification in a way that would give the applicant what the family need and improve the standard of living, and at the same time reduce the impact on the environmental issue. So I just think perhaps a relook.
Thank you, Councillor Mahond. I would point out that we have to judge what we have in front of us. It's very tempting, obviously, when we see applications to put our own input into it or suggest modifications, etc. But the way that we have to operate is to judge what we've got before us. But I thank you very much for your contribution. Any other councillors wishing to speak? No, I'm not seeing any others. So on that basis, I will hand across to Mr. Baker to summarise the motions that we have before us this evening on this application. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we have two motions that have been proposed and seconded. We will take the vote on the one that was proposed and seconded first. And if that were to be defeated, then we will move on to the vote on the motion that was proposed and seconded second. The motion that was proposed and seconded first is to refuse planning permission on the grounds set out on page 215 of the officer's report, as amended by the update report item 6, which changes the reference from the old NPPF to the new one. So, on the basis that the motion is to refuse planning permission for those reasons, members who wish to refuse planning permission when the vote opens, please press plus. Members who do not wish planning permission to be refused for those reasons, please press minus or abstain using X as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. That's all 13 members of the committee that have voted, and the motion to refuse has been defeated. 8 votes against that motion, 5 votes in favour, no abstentions. So that motion does fall. So we then move on to the second motion. So I can ask Mr. Baker again to summarise the second motion.
Thank you, Chairman. The second motion was to approve the development proposed, and that was moved and seconded by councillors
Campkin and Gathen.
Campkin was the mover and Gathen was the seconder. Neither gave particularly detailed reasons, but we don't need to articulate particularly detailed reasons. What we do need to articulate in any motion that is passed tonight to grant planning permission is the planning conditions that would be applied to that planning permission if it were granted. I wonder whether the officers, or indeed the mover or the seconder, have some suggestions that they wish to put forward so that we can flesh this motion out and take a vote. Thank you.
I will come to Councillor Campkin, who is the mover of the motion. Councillor Campkin, are there any particular conditions?
Nothing to add at the moment, Chair, on account of I've lost my place because my thing shut down.
Right, okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Campkin. Councillor Gathen, are there any particular conditions?
No, just the usual conditions.
Right, and I will come to Ms. Catchy in terms of conditions.
Okay, in terms of the conditions, the standard 3-year commencement condition, second, approved plans condition, third, materials condition, fourth, remove PD for insertion of openings to that side elevation, southwest side elevation facing neighbours, that condition. Fifth, ancillary accommodation condition, outbuilding shall not be used for any other purposes other than ancillary to the main dwelling. And the last condition, obscure glazing. The windows to the southwest elevation shall be obscure glazed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Catchy. I'll come to the proposal from the seconder to approve those conditions. I'll confirm those conditions. Councillor Campkin, are you happy with those
happy
conditions?
to confirm those. The obscure glazing was important. I did check it is in there. I would like that kept. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Councillor Gavin, are you happy with those conditions? Thank you very much. Okay, well those conditions appear to have been accepted. So I will briefly come back to Mr. Baker. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. In that case, the motion before us now is to grant planning permission, subject to those 6 conditions and subject to such notes to the applicant as the officers regard as appropriate. So members who would like planning permission to be granted on that basis, please, when voting opens, press plus. Members who do not wish planning permission to be granted on that basis, please press minus. Those abstaining, please press X. Thank you.
I think we should have one more vote. That's it. Thank you very much, members of the committee. Now have all 13 votes. So the result of that vote is that we have 9 votes in favour of approving, and we have 4 votes against. So that motion to approve the application we have before us has been approved by the committee. So thank you very much to members of the committee for considering that application, officers and members of the public for attending. And I'll just we'll have a brief pause while we change over.
Chair?
Yes. I was going to place a break, the next one, but I'm happy to allow a 5-minute brief comfort break for everybody. If that's,
You don't look at me.
I'm ecstatic, Councillor Campkin. Yeah. So
like to use new material.
Yeah, if I could ask councillors to return to their seats, trays and seats in the upright positions, please. Right.
All ready to go.
Right. Well, thank you very much. Welcome back. And we move on to our fourth application this evening, which is Gang House, 11 North Street, Ashford. So we have, hold on, wrong one. Ms. Magnall to present.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
This planning application is for change of use from office to create an 8-bed, 8-person HMO and reinstatement of an infilled window in the rear elevation. The site is on North Street in the Ashford Town Centre Conservation Area. The site, outlined in red, also includes the side alley and a small area of hard surface to the rear. In the Google image, which is a bit out of date because, of course, the multi-storey car park is now demolished, the application building has the orange-coloured roof. This slide shows 2 photos of the front of the building, the second photo showing the building in its North Street context. The property is Grade 2 listed. It's been vacant since late 21. The first of these photos is taken from North Street looking down the side alley, and the second is of the rear of the building. The 2 car parking spaces on the right are included within the red line, and these would be retained for the HMO use. In this photo, you can see the infilled window in the gable, which would be reinstated. Here are plans of the front and side elevations. No changes are proposed. The next 3 slides show the floor plans of the building, and I've turned them through 90 degrees from the committee report so that you can more clearly see the layout. Very little would change to facilitate the conversion, which is what you'd expect, this being a listed building. So North Street is on the right-hand side of the picture, and the main entrance off North Street serves a wide hall with a study area. And then to the right of that hall, you've got the communal lounge, and then 3 bedrooms and the first of 2 shared bathrooms to the rear. On the first floor, there is a large communal kitchen diner with a separate utility and cloakroom, 2 further bedrooms, and the second of the shared bathrooms. And then on the upper floor, you've got 3 additional bedrooms, one of which has an ensuite. And this final slide, taken from the top end of North Street, shows the mixed-use character of the street, including residential at ground as well as on the upper floors. As you can see from the report, the recommendation is to permit. In terms of updates, of relevance to this application is policy TC2 of the revised MPPF, Development in Town Centres. It requires substantial weight to be given to the benefits of supporting the overall vitality and viability of the town centre through diversification of uses, intensification, and provision of residential accommodation. Also within the update report is a summary of an email from the agent setting out further supporting information, and also the identification of a couple of typos. The further update is required, and this relates to the 5-year housing land supply, which is now reduced down to 3.16 years. This proposal would provide the equivalent of four dwellings towards the housing land supply. And that's the end of the presentation.
Thank you very much, Ms. Magnall. So we have one public speaker this evening. That's Mr. Vernon Seeger of the Central Ashford Community Forum. Mr. Seeger, you have 3 minutes to speak.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair and councillors. These community forum now is starting to run a bit of a critical eye of some of these HMOs that are coming up with regularity now. And now with this particular one, we're going to assess the collective impact with other applications in closest proximity. We've got 4 Canterbury Road, which is over the other side of the ring road. There's already a 6-person HMO there. Across the street at 6 to 10 North Street, there's already a 21-person HMO there, which is the Paper Duck restaurant. And then there's also plans to introduce 14 persons in what is the John Wallace pub in Middle Road. Now, as regards the application, it goes on the premises itself. Historically, we know that the infrastructure in that area is relics from the past. Now, it wasn't that long ago that the restaurants on the opposite side of the road were getting their cellars flooding with sewage due to collapsing sewage in that road. There was some work done, but we don't know whether this was remedial work or an upgrade. There's already consent to do 6 flats at 2 North Street, and there's also an application in now for 2 further flats on the opposite side of the road to Ken's house. Now, with all this historic information regarding sewage there and sewers, it seems prudent that there should be an impact assessment to see whether all this existing collective demand could, whether the sewers could cope with it. Now, it is the officer's recommended intention that the site would be limited to 8 persons. Now, we know in the discussions recently with the post office, it was accepted there that there would be overnight guests, which was going to be acceptable and more or less inevitable. This application has 2 small bathrooms servicing 7 bedrooms in the communal areas. The 2 top attic bedrooms do not have a bathroom on the same level. And we're asking that what measures has the applicant made to ensure that numbers won't increase to say 10, 12, could be 16 even. And if this was the case, we question if the shared facilities would still comply with the regulations. The officer welcomes managed HMOs, but in this instance there is no indication how this will be controlled. Maintaining hygiene and cleanliness is a constant source of strife in shared facility dwellings. Regular daily cleaning by the appointed staff will resolve this problem, but we ask if this will be all part of the plan. Evidence also points to shared bathrooms being generally less popular than a more private ensuite and therefore result in lower rents. They also result in a higher turnover of occupants. So the conclusion, Mr. Chairman, is that there are therefore a lot of unanswered questions.
Sorry, you've had 3 minutes. I do apologise, but we have to draw a line under it.
It's the forum's considered opinion then that this application doesn't meet the standards of the respectable area.
Thank you, Mr. Seeger. Thank you very much for your contribution. Thank you. Ward members, we have neither of the ward members with us tonight, but I shall call on Councillor Hayes, Councillor Roden, and then Councillor Gathen. So Councillor Hayes, is Councillor Gathen before Councillor? You're ever so polite. Right. Well, I shall call upon Councillor Gathen second, and then Councillor Roden third, and Councillor Hayes is in pole position.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm just so concerned about the excessive proliferation, and that's the right word to describe it, of HMOs in the centre of Ashford. This is the heart, this North Street and where this location in this listed house is the heart of historic Ashford. And we're not doing it any favours whatsoever. This place has 1 kitchen amongst 7 people living in 7 rooms. There are only 2 toilets in the whole of the house. I believe one of the rooms does have an ensuite toilet. I just think it's really low quality. It's not sustainable. It's not desirable. I've lived in Ashford all my life and I've seen it change. Everywhere has to evolve, but I don't like to see it evolve in this way. So I propose that we reject this application. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hayes. So I'm recording that you want to propose to refuse the application. Thank you very much. Councillor Gathen.
I I just wanted to ask, because I also have concerns that have already been raised, I want to clarify. I can see that on the second floor, bedroom 7 has an ensuite, but if you're in bedroom 6 or bedroom 8 and you need the toilet in the night, I'm just trying to think, you have to go, am I right in thinking you've got to go downstairs
That is correct.
and use the shared bathroom on the first floor?
That is correct.
Hoping
Yes,
no
looking
one's
at the
in it.
plans. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming this conforms to current legislation, but I personally have real problems with on the first floor with the cloakroom, the toilet there being directly off the communal kitchen and dining area. I just think that is really unpleasant to have a toilet coming straight off a kitchen like that, particularly when it's a toilet that's going to be used by lots of different people.
Would you like me to ask Miss Magnall in terms of a question about that particular arrangement, standards, etc.? Yeah, Miss Magnall, you
The
could address
arrangement-
that point.
The arrangement of bathrooms. So there's one on the ground, one at first, and then the ensuite at second. There are actually 4 toilets in total. And in terms of the actual layout, I mean, yes, it's a bit quirky, but you have to remember this is a listed building, so that constrains how you can convert the building. You can't be putting in toilets and bathrooms everywhere. So this is the application in front of us, and this is what we have.
Absolutely. So I understand that the position of the utilities is determining the position because of the listed building. Does that answer your sort of points really, Councillor Gathen, or would you?
It does, but I just think this is the offering for people. I personally am not against turning this particular building into an HMO. It's, you know, but I'd want it to be used, but what's proposed here does concern me. I appreciate there are 4 bathrooms, but some of them are en suite, so you can't. I don't feel you can include those. The en suite to bedroom 7 will only be used by people in bedroom 7. As I say, if you're in bedroom 6 or 8, you've got to go downstairs and hope that no one's in that communal bathroom. And yeah, I just the thought of that toilet being off the kitchen in a communal place. Yeah.
I can see Mr. Peel is wanting to contribute to this. So, Mr. Peel.
Thank you, Chair. I think the key is, as Ms Magnall's mentioned, it's finding the balance between preserving a Grade 2 listed building and also bringing it back into an active appropriate use. And initially this was built as a dwelling, and it is going to propose to go back into a residential use. As Ms Magnall said, because it's listed, it's very difficult to start carving up rooms without harming the historic plan form and undermining what is of interest of the listed building. And then you have the further disruption with plumbing and services as well to try and provide extra bathrooms. It's not unacceptable to have shared bathrooms in an HMO, and we have run it by our housing department who license HMOs, and they're satisfied that the level of accommodation and the nature of the bathroom as shared bathrooms is acceptable and meets their licensing requirements.
Okay, thank you very much for that information, Mr. Peel. Councillor Roden.
Thank you, Chair. I feel that this application, and I accept Ms Magnall's views that what we're trying to do is to accommodate retention of a historical building, and we're working within confines that are quite difficult to meet what might be acceptable standards of living. I feel the standards we seem to be applying in this particular situation, or the Ashford, what we are accepting as a council, are substandard overall, whether or not the standards are met or not. I look at this outline and I completely agree that it's total, in my opinion, it's not acceptable to have 8 people with sort of 2 bathrooms and one who's got their own bathroom, and then problems with locations and facilities. I look at the size of the cars in the drawing, and they're the same size as the bedrooms. I just don't think that we should be compromising to the extent that we want to put 8 flats in this building, and we've got the constraints, the building constraints. We do want homes. We do want places for people to live that are not overly costly. We can put up with a certain amount of inconvenience, possibly, maybe 2 people sharing a bathroom, but I think it's unacceptable anymore more than that. And I think we should look at, if we're going to do it, then let's do something that's more acceptable so that people aren't living like chickens. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Roden. Just briefly coming to Miss Magnell, just to confirm that we are meeting.
Sorry, could I second? I would like to second.
Yes, of course. Yeah,
Councillor
so I'll
Hayes,
note
please.
that you
I'm
are
sorry.
seconding
Thank
the
you.
motion to
Sorry.
refuse that was proposed by Councillor Hayes. So I've noted that. Just to confirm with Miss Magnell, in terms of the standards, obviously understand the fact that you're recommending permitting is meaning that the standards are being met across the board.
That's right. The standards are being met across the board. In fact, in terms of the kitchen dining room, they are very generous in terms of the standards. And on top of that, you've got a separate utility room. So in fact, the accommodation on offer exceeds the standards in most cases. In terms of the bedrooms, all of the bedrooms meet the room sizes, and they are just bedrooms. Yeah, and they all mostly comfortably meet the standards, but they all do meet the standard.
Right. Thank you. I think it's important to clarify that. Councillor McGeever.
Thank you, Chair. I fully agree with the comments, both from councillors and from the officers, because I looked at this one and I recollected we had an HMO on the post office, and I could see that that application had everything that was obviously of a high quality. The agent could justify a high quality and actually came in and justified it. We don't have any of that in this application, and that was one of the things that really struck me, was that we had the plans and we had the recommendation from officers, which is I found out by as far as the toilets go, there is I looked up that idea that I wasn't happy about the 3rd floor running down to the 2nd floor sort of business, and that to me just wasn't right. And you know, I have brought it up with other people as well. Just doesn't wear. Yeah, I could go into that. And but when you look into the detail of it and the conditions, there is what's called a 1-floor rule. So you can have a toilet between floors. So we're not breaking any conditions on this, on this design, on the agent's recommendations. Although we say, the officers say that we are generous with it, I'm not happy about the generosity factor. I think it's rather tight. And if someone was going to say to me, right, okay, you're going to go up onto that top floor, and you're going to go into that front room. I think it's 7. Oh no, it would have to be 2nd floor actually, because they're the guys that are overlooking some steakhouse or other. And if you notice that it's a grade 2, they won't have any double glazing in there because they're not allowed double glazing. And so whatever comes out of that steakhouse, there is no environmental impact assessment for the people that actually live there. And I don't know if officers could comment on some impact assessment that residents have by living there, especially I know that on the 1st floor, it was mentioned in the report that the 2 rooms were set back bedroom 1 and 2, and the others was set back from the frontage, which is fair enough. But once you go up to the second and third level, you've got windows at the front, your bedrooms at the front, you're not allowed double glazing. I think that is not the proper environment for people to be subjected to on an HMO, and it doesn't rest good with me. I know that we've ticked all the boxes as far as conditions go, and I'm not happy, but I will say that I will ask, I will say that we will permit, I'm offering to permit, and I'm going to propose that we permit, but under great duress, if we could have conditions that actually say that we've got to look at these things and address them, because everyone here is coming up with the same thing. And I know that, ultimately, if we meet the parameters, it's really difficult not, to say, well, we're going to refuse it, because can we not give the agent some opportunity to address the issues that we bringing up? Because I know that after I come off, that people are going to have exactly the same sort of ideas, and so can we have some sort of flexibility when we accept this? And address the issues, please. That's my only point, but I do propose that we accept. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Councillor McGeever. So I have noted that you are proposing to approve in line with the officer's recommendations. I will bounce it back to Mr Magnell and Mr Peel in terms of the potential to add either conditions or perhaps informationals on the issues that Councillor McGeever is, what are there any prospects of doing that? Were the committee minded to support a motion to approve?
Yeah, if I can deal with a couple of issues raised. One was noise, effectively, I think, to some of the occupants in the rooms at the front. Primarily, that's obviously the first and second floor. Ms Magnell mentioned in the presentation that North Street in that area of town has changed significantly. So rather than being more the commercial secondary shopping frontage with the demolition of Park Mall, which was a substantial amount of secondary frontage, it's mixed use with introducing more residential. It is a quieter part of town now than it certainly was, say, 10 years ago and pre-COVID. The impact has to be balanced against the need to preserve and the statutory requirement to preserve listed buildings. They are original single glazed windows, so to replace them with double glazing would have quite significant harm to the character and appearance of listed buildings, so that there's that balance to have. And I think there's a similarity to the one that was discussed at the last committee, which was above paper duct, which again was single glazing. It is the upper floors. It is slightly quieter part of town now, albeit there is ambient background noise. But it's getting that balance between the two, which is important. You mentioned about conditions. Can we get changes? If it's moved for approval, that is what you're approving tonight, what is on the plans. So we wouldn't be able to go back to the agent saying you've got planning permission, but you need to change X, Y, and Z. If it's approved, it's approved. But I would like just to take this opportunity, because Mr Cole very helpfully gave an appraisal of, or summary of some of the changes to the MPPF that came in yesterday. And I think I need to highlight that new policy S4 of the MPPF, it deals with development within settlements such as this. And to quote it now says to approve, unless the benefits of doing so, and the report gives a lot of benefits to this, unless the benefits of doing so substantially are outweighed by any adverse effects. So if members were to refuse this, you'd have to be satisfied against the MPPF that the harms were substantial and substantially override the benefits. The MPPF is very clear, otherwise you approve. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I just clarify, Mr Peel, in terms of the new MPPF, it talks about the adding to the vibrancy of the town centre, i.e. increasing the number of people that are dwelling. Can you just speak to that briefly? Because I know that's a significant thing that came up in the update.
It does. The new NPPF puts an even stronger emphasis on residential in the town in terms of vibrancy, footfall. The current development plan policies encourage it, particularly at first and second floors. We've acknowledged a degree of conflict with the loss of the loss of commercial use on the ground floor. But the reason for that policy there is to protect the economic health of the town. Our argument is actually by turning it into residential accommodation will enhance the economic health of the town by bringing people in who will use services, etc.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chair. You know, as we've heard, this is a Georgian Grade 2 listed former office building, and trying to repurpose these types of buildings is always difficult. Obviously, you can't demolish them or make significant structural alterations. So suitable alternative uses have to be found in keeping with the listed status of the building. And we've heard from officers about how the applicant is going about doing that. I mean, for me, I mean, obviously there's been a lot of discussion about adequacy of services and everything else. For me, I think that's probably more of a building control matter. You know, if there's a lack of sufficient ventilation or a lack of sufficient lavatories, then the applicant is going to find out if he should be granted planning application for what's there. His next stage will then be going to get building control approval, and if building control don't like anything, they'll be all over it like a bad rash, and he may have to come back and alter his design. So I think that's obviously something that where there is an extra sort of layer of protection in there. I mean, years ago, as we know, HMOs were known as bedsits or digs, and I certainly lived in one as a student. I think the difference between when I lived in one, which is reminiscent of something from Rigsby's Rising Damp, to now, is that they're now known as HMOs and they're licensed, which they weren't 45 years ago when I was a student, and I wish they were when I was a student. You know, we have 2 car parking spaces around the back, which hopefully will be available for residents if that's required, because I know there are issues with parking in the town centre. You know, love them or hate them, you know, I regret to say that HMOs have an important role to play in the mobility of labour, particularly young professionals who move to new areas to start their first jobs, for example. And again, I think this offers an ideal opportunity to provide more affordable residential accommodation in a sustainable location, and again is now obviously compliant with the new NPPF. So were members mindful to refuse and the applicant wished to appeal, then I would imagine that there's probably a very strong possibility that the applicant would probably be able to obtain his consent on appeal under the circumstances. Therefore, if Councillor McGeever has proposed to approve, I'm happy to second the motion to approve the application in accordance with the officer's recommendation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Betty. So I am recording that you've seconded the motion to approve in line with the officer's recommendation. Councillor Chilton.
Thank you, Dickon. I'm going to be supporting the refusal of this application because I think in the officer's report it's either page 111 or 227, whichever appears on yours, and it's point 12, where the report notes, and I quote, "There are a number of existing HMOs in North Street and in the wider town centre area. We approved the post office," well, I didn't, I voted against it, but the post office one was approved last month. We also have in the town centre a lot of temporary accommodation units that this council administers. Now, they are not HMOs, but they are to all intents and purposes a HMO. They are single rooms for families, for young people, for single people. So although we call them temporary accommodation, if it quacks like a duck and walks like a duck, it's HMO. They are HMOs just like these are. And I think we are now at risk of the saturation effect on our town centre of HMOs. They are becoming prolific. Now, again, I'm not opposed to HMO as a principle, but I am now concerned about how we are saturating the town centre with HMOs. I think the other thing we need to consider here as well, the type of people that will be living in them, typically young people, single people, people who typically do not have an enormous amount of disposable income. Now, this building, by its very nature, there's only so much you can do to it in terms of energy conservation and reducing energy bills because it is an old building. So the harm we will actually do by approving this building the typical rate for a room in Ashford, I've just Googled it, is anywhere between 150 and 230 pound a week. So we know what these HMOs are about. It's one thing, it's filling the coffers of landlords. So not only are the people in these rooms going to be paying somewhere between 150 and 230 pound a week, they're also going to be paying extortionate energy bills on top, which they can't get help with because of the building they're living in. And so we're setting these people up to fail from the start if we approve this. The parking's totally inadequate. Don't do all this nonsense about people that live in town centres don't need cars. Yes, they do. Everyone's got a car in the town centre. The little, turn that round for me a minute, Sally, sorry. That little square thing there that says court, I can't read it. Inner court storage, cycle storage. I mean, I don't know anyone would get a bike in there. It's just ridiculous. So I think we need to completely reject this. And I think the reasons are inadequate parking, the saturation of HMOs in our town centre, the risk of antisocial behaviour. It is a quieter street, but there are still restaurants along there. There are still people living in normal houses on that street. And I think there is a risk of antisocial behaviour going in there as well. Not to mention the fact that the totally inadequate number of bathrooms and toilets in this place. And to say, oh, they've got a nice kitchen. Well, what a blessing. They've got a kitchen and a living space. But I think we're absolutely bonkers to be approving this. Absolutely bonkers. So I'm totally with Bernard and who seconded it. I'm totally with Yvonne as well to refuse this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor Chilton. I think it's worth referring to the planning officers just to address some of the things that you've raised, because I think it's important that the committee understands the parameters of this. So Councillor Chilton did raise parking provision and cumulative impact particularly, and I think those probably are two.
Saturation's the proper planning.
So if you could address those points that Councillor Chilton raised, I think it's important that the committee understands those aspects of this application.
Well, in terms of the policy that we assess it against, it's not about numbers, it is about the impact. And, you know, as set out in the officer report, my report, there are a lot of benefits of this proposal. In terms of parking, as an HMO, it does not need to provide, it doesn't need to meet TRA 3A, the parking standards. It doesn't need to do that at all. And indeed, many town centre uses don't have parking because they are in a sustainable location. This does have two. Any use in this building would have two. There's only space for two parking spaces. But as I say, because of its sustainable location, a less amount of parking would be acceptable. The courtyard referenced on the plans, the cycle parking isn't actually within the courtyard. The cycle parking is within the alleyway. I think it is labelled on the plans as cycle parking, but it's additional cycle parking to what's actually in the alleyway. They are proposing 8 cycle parking spaces, which is acceptable in terms of the standards. And we'd already discussed inadequate bathrooms, toilets, so I think that's everything.
Thank you. Mr. Peel.
Yeah, if I can just address the antisocial behaviour point, what the planning committee are considering is the use of the building, not who may occupy the building. And I think that's very, very important that you're not going down that route. That is not a material planning consideration. And as I say, we've dealt with the issue of bathrooms and accommodation, meeting licensing. Ms Magnell said, and the report says there is not a blanket number of HMOs. It's the impact against HOU 11 that's important, and town centre locations, the policy allows for these without parking, and one of the exceptions is where it results in the reuse of a listed building, also supports it, and that's in your development plan.
Okay, thank you very much. I will come back to you, Councillor Gavin, but in sequence. Councillor Pullen.
Thank you, Chair. As I think everyone's probably comparing this application to the post office application of last month, and I can see that this doesn't meet probably the standard of that one. That one I would have felt quite comfortable living in myself, or certainly, I mean, if I got a divorce, or certainly my not my plan. Certainly my 19-year-old son. I'd be very happy for my son to go and live in that place. Would I be happy for my son to come and live in this place? Not as happy, but it's pretty similar to where I lived when I was that age. Toilet on the floor below, 19, 25, whatever. You can get on with that. My other thought is, what else would this building be? It's built as a home. With the best will in the world, it's not going to become another 5-6 bedroom home, because no one's going to make it that and live in there. It's not built as commercial property, so it needs to be lived in. How else do we get people living there? I'm not really sure. You couldn't chop it up into flats. It's listed. That's not possible. This seems like quite a sensible use of the space as it is. Could it have fewer bedrooms? I don't really know. Planning is not my thing, or building is not my thing. But it's got to be commercially viable for the landlord as well. It's a difficult one. I'm mulling it over both ways. Would I want to live there as a young single person? I think quite happily I probably would live there. So therefore, I think I am minded to approve. Also, going back to the point that it does fit all the plans on the MPPF, so it's hard to push against. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Councillor Harman.
Thank you. There's been much discussion about the proliferation of HMOs in the town centre. I just wanted to point out that compared with our neighbouring towns, we have relatively few HMOs, something like a third as many as Folkestone has. So from that point of view, although we've discussed HMOs at the last planning committee, and we're discussing an HMO at this planning committee, we do need to keep it in perspective. This particular building is a very attractive building, but because of its graded status, there are severe limitations. I have one concern. I too wouldn't particularly like to share bathrooms, but however, HMOs are a growing trend, as commented on by many of my colleagues. The reason being that they're affordable accommodation, and there is a massive issue with regards to any sort of affordable accommodation, and this is a way it is provided. My concern with regards to the reinstalled window, because there is a specific mention, I think at paragraph 43, that it will be single glazed because the original single glazed windows are single glazed. I think this is taking historic detail somewhat too far, and we should be far more pragmatic. This is a new window being installed in a historic building. Just this one window is an opportunity to put in modern glazing. You can't tell the difference. There are products out there that will make it look exactly the same, but with the thermal qualities of modern glazing. So I'd like to ask the officer if it strictly is true that because there are single glazed units on the front and in other places, that the reinstated window has to be the same rather than look the same. That to me is a detail, I realise, but I think it's an important one that we should take every opportunity to be improving historic buildings. And I do believe the MPPF is taking steps in that direction, and that should be a direction that we go into. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harman. So the can we address the question of the possibility of a double glazed, presume wooden sash window that is in keeping with the building, the listed status?
Yeah, that certainly can be done. I think they're proposing single glazing, but you have the option, given it's such a minor change in my view, and you can get good slimline timber double glazed windows now, which I think is what you're thinking, which at high level on the back I think would be fine. So you can give us delegated authority to approve this, subject to getting that changed. We have got a corresponding listed building consent application, so we can raise that with the agent, who I'm sure will be more than happy to change it. But that would be, I can see that being no problem at all.
Thank you very much. I'll come to you in order, Councillor McGeever. Councillor Campkin.
Yeah, I wanted to point out this is this office, and they're changing it to housing. The world has changed, but fewer people are going to the office anymore, and we need more housing, and we need to reduce our impact on the countryside. I was concerned, as Councillor Betty said earlier, if we refuse this, we're opening ourselves up to an appeal, which means it would go ahead anyway at our cost. And I'd like to address the size of the bedrooms that was brought up earlier. I think all of these bedrooms, possible exception of bedroom 2, are bigger than my bedroom. So with the condition that Councillor Harman has brought up with the double glazing, I will be supporting the proposal to approve this.
Thank you, Councillor Campkin. Councillor Gavin.
I just wanted to clarify about the cycle storage. I'm on page 219 or page 13, whichever one it is. I just wanted to check how secure that is. There seems to be like at the entrance to the private amenity space, there is presumably a gate that will be put in there. I just wondered if the cycle storage spaces were covered and how secure that gate is. There is, because there is no roof over that private amenity space, is there?
Thank you, Councillor Gavin. I think it is gated at both ends as far as I know, but we will clarify that with the planning officers. So in terms of that, then the security of it, and whether it's the nature of the cycle storage as well, whether that's specified.
That's right. It is gated.
It is gated.
At both ends, and there is a condition as well.
In terms of the nature of the cycle storage, there's not more definition on what over and above what we're seeing on the plan in terms of the nature of the actual storage. It's a store for 8 cycles. But is it covered?
Is it covered?
They're showing 8. We can condition details of the cycle storage.
You have.
I have done.
You have done. Right. You're ahead of yourself. That's always good. Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you very much. It's always a great problem trying to preserve historic buildings, particularly those that are listed. And I can see that this does seem a very good use to keep a historic building in use. However, whilst the lounge looks very generous and the kitchen looks very generous, for me the stumbling block is these bathrooms. And for that reason, although it might confirm to all these different regulations that we're meant to be, there's no reason why we can't aim for something higher. So I will not be supporting this application.
Thank you, Councillor Hicks. Councillor McGeever.
Thank you, Chair. I'm on the ground here, officers. I'm picking up from Councillor Harman's point of view about the rear window. That offers an opportunity to put in something more sensible for residents. I would like to apply that the idea that officers said that we could put a condition on that and then look again at the front windows. And I don't think it's impossible to put some sort of compromising double glazing on a sash window whatsoever. You can step back. It's not you. We could talk forever how to do it, but as a condition, could it not be taken into consideration that the agent considers that, because it's our opinion that that would benefit the HMO and the people inside it, and increase their quality of living, let's say. I could go on for ages about all the sort of bed sits that I've done as a student and all sorts of stuff, like Councillor Betty. Time were grim up there, and you don't want to go back to that. So what we want to do is maintain a quality and gradually improve it. Could we not get some sort of condition that the agent looks at these things? I'm only bouncing off what Councillor Harman says. I think that's a good idea, and if officers are into that, and then they can look at that small technical detail and try and sort of get the agent to, as a condition, let's say, to have some consideration for that, please, because that's at the back of my mind. It's worming away there. Thank you.
Okay, so if we can sort of bottom out the issue of the potential around the fact that it is a listed building, I'm assuming is very limiting, but the conditions around, or the possibilities around those other windows that are already in situ.
Well, the other windows, they're original windows, they're hundreds of years old. They've also got internal shutters, which of course are listed as well. So even secondary glazing is going to be problematic. So in terms of dealing with this by condition, I don't see how that can be done.
Yeah.
I'll
pull away from that, because yeah. Right.
I was going to just add that the window to the rear, the original has been removed. So putting in a double glazed and it's on the rear has far less impact. And as Miss Magnell said, these windows are hundreds of years old. You also find things like the historic glass has different reflective qualities, and it can sort of deaden the frontage of a building when you start putting double glazing in instead of the original single glazing. So my view is it would have quite significant harm to the character and appearance of the building.
I can't comment on that. I'll leave it out there, but I've got to have a go at it. But there again, I do think there's ways around these things, and being sympathetic. As I said, I propose that we accepted this, but I do it reluctantly. But one of the issues that I've got is the importance of the quality of living for everyone. And you've got Councillor Chilton's point of view that you've got the thermal properties, the heat properties, and you've got quality there that I think that we could be embracing in a more sort of sympathetic way. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor McGeever. Just to chip in on in terms of the shutters, my understanding is that shutters have actually got a really high value for insulation. So is there some possibility around the conditioning of the quality of the shutters, i.e. to bring them back into use so they would be in such a good condition that they would be usable by the residents? Because my understanding is that shutters do have a very good insulation property to them naturally.
They are in use.
Yeah, they are in use, and
they will be.
Yeah. So it's conditional that they are usable as well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Just to look around, see whether we've got any other. I'm not letting you come back again. Councillor Mulholland, yes.
Thank you. I'm totally behind Councillor Chilton and the colleagues on my right here regarding this whole issue of HMOs and the applicability of this building to yet another 8 units or so. And the toilet arrangements are, to my mind, insane, and we're building up a lot of problems. And the saturation word has been used, and I totally endorse that. I think this is one instance where we cannot support this application.
Thank you very much, Councillor.
So I won't be voting for it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, I'm not seeing any other councillors wishing to speak. I mean, I do have a concern that if we go against the recommendation, that an appeal will overturn. So I do share that concern. I also share concerns that have been raised in terms of the livable conditions of it, or the quality of those conditions that people will be living in. On balance, I believe that it is a difficult decision. So I think it's up to each, obviously, individual committee to make their own mind up on this. So on that basis, I will ask Mr. Baker to sum up the motions we have before us and the procedure and any conditions that are involved as well. Thank you, Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, we have two motions that have been moved and seconded, and we'll take the vote in the order in which they were seconded, as before. In this case, the first motion to be seconded was the motion to refuse permission, which was moved by Councillor Hayes and seconded by Councillor Roden. So we will take the vote on that first. If that were to be defeated, then we would move on to the other motion, which was to grant permission. So far as the motion to refuse permission is concerned, as Mr. Peel mentioned earlier, the new National Planning Policy Framework this week requires us to assess the benefits of the development and whether they are substantially outweighed by any adverse effects. Therefore, it's necessary to identify in our refusal, if that was what the will of the committee was, what adverse effects are the reasons why this application is being refused. The adverse effects mentioned by the mover, Councillor Hayes, involved the issue of proliferation, but as you've heard from your officers, that's not an effect, that's just a numerical issue on its own. And so at the moment we don't have any identified adverse effects that can be pointed to in this motion. I wonder if the mover and seconder would be able to flesh out the motion that we're about to vote on, so that all members are clear on what grounds we are considering refusing permission. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Councillor Hayes.
Well, I think there's been quite a few things said. I said some things, and I think Brendan said quite a number of things about the possibility of causing antisocial behaviour. Now, I remember in the last meeting when we discussed about the post office, I forget the number of the clause about noise emanating from a building affecting neighbours. I can't remember the clause, but I believe that was one. Parking, the sustainability of it. Would you like to have your things, Brendan?
Mr. Chairman, I will assist. I'm going to suggest the first one should be a general one on substandard accommodation, which is, in the opinion of those supporting Councillor Hayes and Councillor Roden, inadequate bathroom facilities, inadequate toilet facilities for the whole block. I would also suggest I know we've said we can't look at other HMOs, but we can say there is an over concentration of HMOs in an area which could harm the community balance and social cohesion in the town centre. And I also think there is an argument that could be said that because of the increased number of people living in this block, that the higher number of comings and goings of different unrelated adults in a building could disrupt neighbours' amenity. In particular, what has already been said is a nice quiet street.
Thank you, Councillor Chilton, Councillor Hayes. Councillor Roden.
Well, I support both of those things I've covered just now, but I would also like to, I'm not wanting to harp on about the toilet facilities too much, but we've actually got, we're talking about young people living in this accommodation again and again. Again and again, we've all said it's all right for young people to live here. And yes, we've all been young, whatever. And perhaps it is acceptable there. But on the other hand, I heard as part of the discussions that we were not allowed to consider the people who are actually in the buildings. Now, when we looked at the HMO's last planning committee, we talked about the fact that these would be people with careers. These would be people who would be single people, professional people living in these buildings. So I was beginning to believe we're actually looking at people, because now we're actually talking about people, which I thought we weren't supposed to be talking about, who were later in the years of their life, young and old. We've got men and women going to be living in this accommodation, travelling up and down flights of stairs all night long with their dressing gowns on. I think it's actually a health and safety risk apart from anything else. There's all sorts of thinking behind it, and although I accept and understand that the rules say that we've actually we're in line with the rules, I think that doesn't make them right, and it doesn't mean that we should just accept them. And I would feel I'd be doing a disservice to Ashford Borough Council if I didn't say these things. And I'm sorry if it upsets the appeals situation.
Well, I think what the position we need to get to is obviously to understand the reasons for the refusal, because our officers, if it goes to appeal, which it's highly likely, I imagine, if it's refused, that the applicant would probably seek to appeal it. We've obviously got to be able to defend the position that we've taken as a committee. So that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of here. Obviously, officers have heard what councillors have said in terms of their reasons for refusal. Is it possible to respond to those reasons, to try and outline the potential way of presenting this that is most solid in terms of its planning, obviously the material planning considerations of this?
I'm going to be very, very honest, difficult. The substandard accommodation, I do understand, you know, shared bathrooms, etc. But when you've got accommodation that would be licensed by this council and the housing department, I would find it extremely difficult to know where to start to form an argument on substandard accommodation, because the evidence they'd be able to provide is your own council will license this. Over concentration of HMOs, I think Councillor Harman made the point very well. The report does. It's not about numbers, it's about impact. It's about harm to residential amenity, it's about harm to visual amenity, it's about harm to highway safety. And the report has identified, in officers' view, there is none. So again, I think that would be exceptionally difficult to defend. And the comings and goings of 8 people in a town centre with a mix of commercial and residential uses, we would, in terms of noise and disturbance, we'd have no empirical evidence whatsoever to back that up, and that's potentially territory for costs.
Okay. So on that basis, Mr. Baker, some advice, I think, in terms of the legal position, because we need reasons for refusal. What is the way out of this conundrum in terms of identifying what these reasons for refusal are in terms that are planning specific?
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Peel's picked up the 3 reasons that were suggested by Councillor Chilton. However, Councillor Chilton wasn't the mover of the motion. If Councillors Hayes and Roden, who were the mover and seconder of the motion, confirm that they wish the motion to be to refuse permission on those 3 grounds, then we will take the vote on those 3 grounds, and members, having heard the advice and everything that's been said, will decide whether or not they wish to refuse the application on those 3 grounds. If that motion is passed, those are the 3 grounds that the committee has by a majority decided. If that motion is refused, then we will move on to the second motion, which has been moved and seconded tonight, and that is the motion to grant planning permission as recommended by the officer's report. So, subject to Councillor Hayes and Councillor Roden confirming that those 3 grounds are the reasons for their suggested determination of this matter, we'll put it to the vote and see whether the committee agrees with them or not. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. So, Councillor Hayes, are you happy for it to go forward in that way? And Councillor Roden. Thank you very much. So, on that basis, we will move to the vote on that motion to refuse. So, Mr. Shepherd, if you can open the vote.
Members in favour of refusing, please press plus. Members against refusing, please press minus. Those abstaining, please press X. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. So that is all 13 votes cast. So we have 7 votes against refusal, 6 votes in favour of refusal. So that motion to refuse has fallen. So that means that we move to the second motion, which is the motion to approve in line with officers' recommendations. So, Mr. Baker, I could ask you to summarise. I think there was some,
Thank you very much,
potential
Chairman.
conditions as well that were raised.
Well, indeed, Chairman, the conditions are, of course, set out in the officer's recommendation on pages 236 and 237. There is a minor amendment to the wording of the recommendation to permit, which is in the update report. That's just updating the job titles of a number of officers and ensuring that we use the correct language. With regard to the conditions that are listed there under Little Roman 1 to Little Roman 8 on page 236 cover the issue of bicycle storage that was raised, and Ms Magnell confirmed that that can deal with the issue of the roofing of the bicycle storage facility. I think the other issue that was suggested in debate was the question of the window. Condition number Little Roman 2 would require the development, if permitted tonight, to be carried out in accordance with the approved plans. We were advised that the approved plans showed single glazing for that new window on the second floor of the rear elevation of the building. However, it was accepted by the officers that if the will of the committee is that they should seek an amended plan for the rear elevation of the building showing a new form of double glazed window on the second floor rather than a first floor, rather than a single glazing element, that would be acceptable to them, and Mr Peel suggested that that matter would need to be delegated to them, because if we approve the plans we have, we won't succeed in getting a double glazed window. The double glazed window was mentioned by Councillor McGeever, who moved the officer's recommendation to permit. Councillor Betty seconded that. Councillors McGeever and Betty didn't expressly suggest that they were willing to delegate the question of the second floor window. Perhaps they could confirm that they would be wishing officers to secure an amendment to the plans to secure a second floor double glazed window. If so, then we'll move to the vote on that basis.
Yes, please. Thank you.
So, Councillor McGeever, you're happy for that condition?
Yeah. Yes.
Councillor Betty, happy? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's confirmed. So, Mr Baker, we can move.
Thank you, Chairman. So in that case, the motion now will be to grant delegated authority to the officers to approve a revised plan for the second floor rear window, assuming it's received from the applicant in a satisfactory form, and subject to that, to permit as set out on page 236 and amended in the update report. Members in favour of granting planning permission on that basis, when the voting opens, please press plus. Members who do not wish planning permission granted, please press minus, and those abstaining, please press X. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have the result of the vote. 13 votes have been cast. We have 6 votes in favour of approving. We have 6 votes against, and we have 1 abstention. As the chair, I have the casting vote in the situation. I did cast my vote in favour of approving the application, so the application has been approved in line with the officer's recommendations. Thank you very much, members of the committee. Thank you to any members of the public, and we'll move on to the next application. Just a slight pause while we change over. So this is 1 Hope Cottage, Canterbury Road, Brayborn. Mr. Peel to present on this particular one.
Thank you, Chair.
Actually, just sorry, have to. Oh yes, actually we're on E, so that's correct. Councillor Gavin has left the room. So yes, please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. As you can see, the proposal is for a rear single-storey extension and partial garage conversion to a home gym. Okay, this slide just shows the application site, so you can see it's half of a pair of semi-detached houses. Just on the edge, as you can see from the aerial photograph of Brayborn Lees, and that's clearly marked where the application site is. That's as close as I could zoom in before it all pixelated. This drawing just shows the proposed floor plan, and edged in blue is the proposed extension. So the one on the left is the existing, and the one on the right is the proposed extension, as I say, edged blue. There has been some objection, and part of that related to impact on the neighbour's outbuilding. And it's quite a strange arrangement because the outbuilding is basically split in half, and I've tried to annotate it. So the outbuilding for number 2 Hope Cottages is the bit that has no annotation on it, and that's the neighbours, and that's currently used as a wet room. And then the part of the outbuilding beyond is part of the current application site, and that's used as a store. So just to clarify that, but the extension proposed is edged blue. This shows the existing and proposed rear elevations. You'll note that the proposed elevation on the right hand side is slightly different to that in the reports pack, and the reason for that is I felt there was too much ambiguity as to what was shown as to whether actually part of this extension was going over the neighbour's outbuilding. The applicant's agent insisted it wasn't, so I did request a plan very clearly showing that, and that's been provided on the right. This is just the existing and proposed side elevations that again are quite self-explanatory. I should add that the extension will adjoin the neighbour's outbuilding, and that has been raised as a concern. This just shows the partial garage conversion, so it's the rear part that will be converted to a gym, the front part retained as a garage. There is a lot of parking in front of the garage to accommodate car parking still. And just quickly some photographs. So the one on the left is the side as existing. The one on the right is the rear and side as existing. And then finally, we've got another one of the rear and the side showing the existing extension, and then the driveway to the parking area and the garage. In terms of updates, again, that's a minor update on the NPPF, which I won't duplicate. It's in the update report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Peel. We have one speaker, but I understand you are reading on behalf of the local resident, Mr. Swain, who is local resident objecting.
Yes.
Mr. Shepherd.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is a submission from Mr. Tom Swain, who is a local resident and the next door neighbour in objection. He's on holiday and has asked me to read his statement this evening. So this is his quote. The background: I bought number 2 Hope Cottage back in 2017 with the main aim to extend, restore, enhance and create a beautiful countryside family cottage which would be aesthetically pleasing with the surrounding countryside. Therefore, much thought was put into the design and layout, with the core focus of always keeping the exterior aesthetics in keeping with the countryside. We always hoped that whoever bought next door, number 1 Hope Cottage, would share that same passion as myself and replicate their enhancements on ours. I do appreciate different tastes and requirements, so naturally we can't dictate what should be done. However, I do have some serious concerns that I would appreciate consideration and compromise on. With regard to the rear extension, Original and revised plans encroach on our wall and roof to our outbuilding directly adjoining our home. I therefore strongly object. I suggest as a compromise their rear extension comes out as far as their existing conservatory, but goes widthwise across the property, which would be in keeping with my property and importantly avoid any encroachment or conflict. There were some plans attached to help explain, but this didn't come in to be displayed. I object to the front elevation, roof skylights, Velux windows, as this would not be in keeping with our property next door or the surrounding countryside, which was advised to us at the time of planning. I have no problem with the rear elevation windows to match next door. With regard to the loft conversion, the existing walls are very thin with no substantial wall between the two properties. As things stand, we can hear much noise from our upstairs bedroom from next door. We would therefore insist in a new cavity wall being constructed, including sound deadening to a rating of Class A, AW 0.9 to 1.0, brackets 90 to 100% sound absorption. And then in conclusion, overall, I previously proposed that the new owners of number 1 Hope Cottage sat down with us to discuss what would be mutually beneficial to both parties and to compromise over plans. After all, we are adjoined and effectively living under one roof. I would urge this to happen, as we are very approachable and fair people. We also need to agree and consent to a party wall agreement, which we cannot agree to currently due to my comments that I've made above. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shepherd. We do have the ward member, Councillor Betty here. So you don't want to make a comment as a board member? That's fine. Absolutely fine. Right.
I think this might be a neighbour of mine, actually. I didn't appreciate it, this Tom Swain.
Right.
I might have an interest in it, actually. But I thought not to vote. So.
Okay, that's fine. Mr. Baker?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
That's absolutely fine. We'll just clarify with Mr. Baker.
Chairman, it seems to me the neighbour must be the resident of 2 Hope Cottage from what we've heard.
I know Tom Swain if it's...
Right, okay.
Ah. Right.
Okay.
Councillor Roden's declaring that the objector is a relative of her own neighbour, and whether that amounts to an other significant interest or not doesn't need to be resolved if she's happy to not vote in the matter in any event. But if it is another significant interest because the resident of 2 Hope Cottage is a friend of hers, then she ought to leave the room, as the other councillor who has a friendship here has done. So that's a decision for her.
Okay.
And it would be safer to leave the room if there is a possibility of a friendship.
Councillor Roden, thank you. No, that's
thank you for mentioning
declaring. That's fine. Thank you. So I shall open it to the remaining members of the committee. Councillor Hayes.
I was interested in the letter from the next door objecting about the party wall. Can the officer give me the context of this party wall? I know it's a Party Wall Act. And did the applicant approach their next door neighbour? Because it would have been a nice thing to do so if they had done. Can you, the officer, elaborate on what happened?
Yes, I'll start with the latter point. A lot of people do consult with their neighbours, but there's nothing in planning legislation to say you must. So that wouldn't be a consideration. It might be neighbourly, but it's not a planning consideration. More importantly, the party wall and the Party Wall Act. If I can just bring the presentation back up. So you can see quite clearly the floor plan there. The new extension directly abuts the neighbour's wet room. You can extend right onto your boundary. There's nothing in planning to say that you can't, and that can therefore mean that you attached to a neighbour's extension, outbuilding, their property itself. What it does mean, though, is obviously building regulations deal with matters, if relevant, of sound insulation, etc. But you also need a Party Wall Act agreement. And how that works, it's civil legislation, it's not planning legislation. I will emphasise that. Is a party wall surveyor will come and have a look at it, they make their assessment, and the two parties will then try to find agreement. If they can't find agreement, and I don't know the exact mechanism, but a decision is effectively made anyway, and that will determine whether this can go ahead. It's not uncommon, though, to necessarily extend off a boundary, and just extending close to a boundary will need a Party Wall Act agreement. Extending onto the building of a neighbouring property requires the same, but I'll emphasise it's not planning legislation.
So what I'm hearing is it's not a material consideration for the committee.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Does that clarify? Thank you very much, Councillor Hayes, for that question. Councillor Pullen.
Thank you very much. Could you just talk to the first point that the neighbour makes when he says the proposal would involve building over the existing roof and adjoining bathroom wall? When he says over, does he mean above, or does he literally mean over the top of?
Thank you, Councillor Pullen, for that question. Mr. Peel.
Yeah, it was a little ambiguous in the submitted plans that ended up in your reports pack, which is why I went back and said I need this properly clarifying. I'm sorry, if I can bring the presentation back up again. And that's why I got the amended plan on the right. So you can see it does adjoin directly, as I showed on the floor plans, the wall, but it's not going over the roof. The objector has seen these plans. We contacted him on Monday, disturbed his holiday, but he did look at the plans and was fully aware of it, but wanted to maintain that objection still. But hopefully that revised drawing does clarify that.
Thank you, Councillor Pullen. Councillor Betty.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to thank Mr. Peel for coming back and clarifying the party wall matter, because with my old surveyor's hat on, I was happy to do that. So I defer to Mr. Peel's explanation. Otherwise, if I went on, we'd probably be here till midnight with my detailed explanation. But thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Betty. Councillor Hicks.
Thank you. I've seen several instances where a party wall surveyor has been involved, and it's always seemed to work out very well. But can I ask the officers, if we were to approve this, could we ask for sound insulation?
Thank you for that question, Mr. Peel.
Yeah, that'd be covered under building regulations, so it wouldn't need to be a condition of the planning permission.
Right. Yeah. So it would be covered under building regs. That seems clear. Thank you very much, Councillor Hicks. Councillor Harman.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to ask a point of clarification. So the point at which the extension abuts the wet room, I presume there's no windows or anything in the rear. As it's a wet room, I presume there isn't. So it's a blank wall. Yes. Okay. Well, I'm very familiar with the sensitivities of living in a building like this, because my daughter lives in one just like this that she too is renovating, and I can vouch for the lack of sound insulation between two cottages of this age. So I have great sympathy with the neighbour and their requirements. I have looked at the application, and I support all of I can see that you're working with the applicant and the objector quite sensitively, and for that reason I'm happy to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Councillor Harman. So I have noted that you are proposing to support the approval of the application in line with the officer's recommendation. Councillor McGeever.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, likewise, I'd like to second Councillor Harman's proposal, and also just I think that extension has been sort of more or less covered. You know, the abutment from number 1 to number 2, that question mark has been answered. So other than that, I think the application is pretty solid for me. That was the only question that I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McGeever. Just looking to see whether there's any other members of the committee wishing to speak. No, I'm not seeing anybody. Right, thank you very much. So on that basis, I will hand across to Mr. Baker to summarise the position. Mr. Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Much more straightforward. We have only one motion moved and seconded, and that is to grant permission in line with the officer's recommendation set out on page 249 with the conditions set out there. So members in favour of granting permission, please press plus when voting opens. Members against granting permission, please press minus or X to abstain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, members of the committee. We have now got the complete 11 votes, and all votes are unanimously in favour of passing that. So that has been approved in line with the officer's recommendation. Thank you very much, members of the committee. A quick question to members of the committee. Do members of the committee wish to take a brief break, or do you want to segue smoothly into the next one?
The other councillors back in.
Well, we'll call the other councillors back in. So they're,
But Bernard's just gone out. He might be telling them.
right.
Is he returning?
No, I believe he's
gone.
He's
not
declared.
Okay, right.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back to councillors. Thank you very much. So we are moving on to our final application this evening, which is International House, Dover Place, which I'm sure you're all very familiar with since we're sitting in it right now. So I think we've got Mr. Peel. Are you presenting again?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, Mr. Peel.
Quite a brief presentation. So this is for the relocation of plant equipment from the ground floor of International House onto the roof. There's a site location plan, but as Councillor Spain said, I think we all know where we are. But it's there for completeness, along with a Google Earth image of International House, and the plants going on that projection to the rear. So this is the 5-storey projection to the rear of International House, and as you can see on the left-hand side, the plant and equipment would go in that top right-hand corner, set behind the existing parapet wall. And I've just included again an aerial photograph to show exactly where that is. Very quickly, some elevations. The equipment, the plant and equipment would be screened by anthracite grey metalled louvers to blend in with the existing building, and they project 1.3 metres above the parapet wall. And again, just details at the top of the louvered screen. And then finally, just some two photographs showing the 5-storey element where the plant will be located on the roof. And that's the end of the presentation, Chair.
Thank you very much. And any update implications other than the one?
Only the MPPF ones in there.
Right. Thank you very much. So we have no public speakers. We don't have either of the ward members with us, so I will immediately open it up, obviously, to the members of the committe. I see Councillor Chilton.
Move that we permit.
I have noted that you are proposing to approve in line with the officer's recommendation, Councillor Chilton. Thank you very much. Councillor Harman.
I so second.
She's not as fast as you, Councillor Chilton, obviously, but I shall. I've noted your seconding the motion to approve, Councillor Harman. Any other? Councillor Mulholland. Yes, please.
Sorry, can I ask why this has come about at this moment in time?
Okay, Mr. Peel, the timing of the application. I'm not sure whether you'd be able to speak to that, but
not quite sure I understand, but I mean, when the timing it's come to committee or the timing of doing the works?
Well, yes, I mean, I'm conscious of the fact that in about a year's time, this authority may be dissolved, and I'm wondering if it's appropriate to be even considering it.
I think, Councillor Mulholland, I think we're moving outside the remit of the committee.
Oh, pardon-moi.
We're questioning the sort of motivations of the applicant, albeit that the applicant is Ashford Borough Council, but I think we're moving beyond the strict limits of what we can do in the committee. So unless there's other members of the committee wishing to speak or ask questions, no, I'm not seeing anybody else. So I will ask Mr. Baker to summarise.
Thank you, Chairman. Very straightforward again. We have one motion, and that's to grant planning permission as set out on page 258 in your officer's report. Members in favour of granting planning permission, please press plus. Members against, please press minus or abstain as usual. Thank you.
No, yeah.
Well, Bernard's gone, but are we still one short?
We're one short. Councillor Gavin got too excited about. Right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, members of the committee. That's we now have 11 votes in favour of that motion, 1 vote abstaining. So the motion to approve in line with officers' recommendation has been carried. Thank you very much to members of the committee, as ever. Thank you very much to officers and safe journeys. Thank you very much.